Happy Not So Flex Friday, everybody. I hope everyone had a fantastic Thursday. I hope you're all having a great Friday so far today. Scuzzy, Cat, Kimby, Serial, Zell, Matt. How's everybody doing? Eve, if I missed you, good morning. I hope you're all doing well. So we're going to do some Satisfactory today. I was debating about doing a Flex Friday. There's a couple games that I have queued up for that, but I don't feel like doing that. I have a headache. It went from yesterday morning when I walked Penny at 5 a.m. It was 65 Fahrenheit and humid, like 80% humidity. Walked her in a t-shirt. Like by last night, by sunset, it was 25 and snowing. And basically since around 3 p.m., my sinuses have been just like trying to escape through the front of my face. And they continue to do so today. So I'm just going to vibe out and play some Satisfactory. We're going to try and build the rest of the new factory that we started working on, our big vertical bus, on backwards yesterday. We connected all of the belts down there. So if you recall, we have a lot of train stations. I don't remember how many train stations we have. I think there's 5 on each side with 4 freight terminals. So 20 stations on each side. And those belts drop down underneath and they go to the front wall of the factory, which is glass and has vertical belts going up the whole way with vertical splitters on each floor. So we have a huge vertical bus going up the front of the factory. So we're going to try and close in the rest of that factory and then start planning on what we're going to be making there and how we're going to be doing that. Because we're going to have to redo all of our trains and our distribution to get stuff into that factory so that we have space and capacity to make more things. So we're going to have to get like more copper sheets going and all that stuff. So had 2 surgeries for your sinuses. It's just, I have a very big head. My head is huge. It's large, not just because it has to contain my ego. But it is physically a very large noggin. So I have very large sinuses. It just happens. It's not a size 9 hat. That's ridiculous, Scuzzy. It's a size 8 hat, which is the largest that you can get in a retail establishment. So. Shut up. Anyway, snowed last night. Your storm total is now 2 feet expected. Oh boy. Much more reasonable. Thank you. You can get those at retail. I don't have to special order my hats. So, there we go. Let's get into Satisfactory. So we're going to mess around with some Satisfactory. There was something else I wanted to talk about. Oh yeah, Timberborn hit 1.0 today, yesterday. If you're familiar with Timberborn, I haven't made any content for Timberborn because I'm kind of tired of like city builders and stuff like that. But it's beavers it's a city builder with beavers. It's very good. I've heard nothing but good things. I've watched a fair bit of it. It looks really good and it hit 1.0. So if you have Timberborn and you haven't revisited it, the big update is out. So. Always playing games you never heard of. Excited to see what this game is. Satisfactory is great. It's my favorite game right now. It's just super, super fun. It's sandbox, but also, you know, just like, I don't know. It tickles my brain in the right way, you know? You know? It's an appropriate brain tickle. Yo, hang on. My stuff is not working. Like my Stream Deck is not working correctly right now. I don't know why. It's not triggering things that it should be triggering. Appropriate brain tickle is my 9 Inch Nails cover band. It's how you feel about Path of Exile. Yeah, that's fair. Favorite right now, I miss setting myself on fire too much. Well, yeah, that's fair. Crazy Aussie, how's it going? It's a good game to play if you like maths. You don't really even have to like math for it. You can just overdo everything and then not have to worry about the math of it. You know? Just, you don't have to get the math exactly right. It's like, oh, I need 120 of these. I'm making 200. Boom, done. You know? So you don't necessarily have to do all that. But you can. Is the point. Anyway, this is Satisfactory. Why is that there? We messed around on backwards yesterday, doing some decoration and doing some building. We got the roof put on. We redid our oil structure over there. So we got that building completed. We also got the awesome sink hooked up for overflow. So we have a lot more power gen coming out of there, as well as a lot of plastic, as well as circuit boards. So we need to get the circuit boards shipped over to here. At some point, we need to get everything shipped over to here. So let's take a quick look at what the plan is here. If you weren't here when we started building this, when we had the idea for it, our first factory, our starting factory is over there, and we're making most stuff over there. However, I'm kind of out of room. I didn't want to add any more vertical. I don't have any more room for any more train stations, which is kind of the holdup, because I don't have everything that I need over here. Like copper powder is way over there. You can barely see the building in the distance. We need to get copper powder brought over for nuclear pasta. And I don't have anywhere to bring another train into here. So thinking about that, we started building a brand new giant factory. So we have off of our main train lines, those come into here and they break off into 5 different terminals on either side. And each of those has 4 freight terminals. Those all drop their goods underneath into the basement, and they feed up into these vertical belts, which go up the entire front of the factory. This is a vertical bus. So that feeds every product that we have coming into this factory. Every product gets fed to every floor. So then, when the idea being, down the line, we go, we need, like, I need to make this, and that takes this, this, and this. I can just plug belts into those spots on the vertical bus and start production without having to move stuff around and ship new things in. So we have 40, we have capacity for 40 different items, 40 different base items to be shipped to this factory. So that should be enough, I think. Probably. Sounds complex. It's, I mean, I'm making it over complex because it's fun. This actually will work to simplify the process, actually. So the vertical bus on the first floor where we have the stations, we're going to be adding storage. So this will work as a buffer and secondary storage for every component that we're bringing in here. We'll have some capacity to store it, so we can pull out individual pieces as needed. Under here, and then we find out about number 41. Yeah. So under here, this is where all the belts from all the stations feed down into a massive horizontal bus. So those all come down into these belts, and then those feed over into the vertical bus. Loco, how's it going? Yeah, this is where the magic happens, and then the magic spreads. So I have the bones of the structure set up here, and I want to get this closed in, and then start to plan out the actual factory, basically. Plan out what we're actually going to be making, what we need to make, what we need to bring here, and start getting these stations hooked up. Like, we can start bringing circuit boards. Because right now, I am not making computers anymore, which will be It's not a problem right now, but it super will be a problem very soon. If I don't get that going again. So, we're going to continue this over. So it's not going to be like the backside of the factory over here is not going to match the front, obviously. I also have, I made a funky power bus going up in between the two vertical buses. So this is purely just for power delivery and just like decorative to make it look industrial and fun. But that delivers power to each floor there. So that's what we got going on with that. Speaking of, I need to bring this out so that I can keep floating at the top level. Perpetually holding coffee? Yes, and if you click, Cat, you drink it. Which is amazing. I actually, the mug that they have in this game, I have IRL. They started selling it. I can quit anytime I want. More, what's going on? Someone not playing Timberborn. Yeah. I did mention Timberborn hit 1.0. So, it's a very good game. I know a lot of people are playing it right now, so. Without taking the helmet off, number one. Number two, it never spills. And it never runs out of coffee. It is the greatest coffee cup in the world. I'm gonna need plastic. Do I want to bring that around or leave that? Why am I running out of power? Hold up. Let's take you. I'm going to have to run so many power lines in this building as well. Okay. So, do I want to continue like the same window pattern here? All the way to this centerpiece? Or do I want to do something different here on the backside of the vertical buses? I think I might just continue this. Look. Do fake buses? I mean, I could. But I'm interested to see what those are going to end up looking like when we upgrade them to Mark 6 belts. Because Mark 6 belts are like lasers. Hang on, I think I can pull them up on a sign. So Mark 6 belts are like this. That's what it looks like. So that's like a laser beam across there. So when that... I don't know what the Mark 6 lifts look like. Oh, here they are. So that's going to be interesting to see what that ends up looking like on the vertical over there. I'm very curious. I think it'll be fun. It looks like a membrane. Yeah, it's a laser membrane, basically. Which is really interesting. Insane in the membrane. Going insane, got no brain. Maybe I double this one up. Or, oh no, you know what I'll do? Never mind. We'll keep that consistent. And then we'll do something on the inside here. Ooh, I'm almost out of silica too. I'm gonna have to make a a parts run at some point soon, because I am running out of materials. All right, so then you come across there. And I think we're going to do something in this corner. To wrap up to this guy. Alright, let's do the other part. So, let me reference the front side. What I did on the facade over here. Right. Bracket and then half pillars on those things. Okay. These guys. Boom. Boom. Nope. Satisfactory build is a glimpse into the brain of its creator. That doesn't bode well for my brain, I gotta be honest. It's that just means I'm mostly incomplete. There's some big gaping holes in my thought processes. You know what? It might actually be accurate. Now that I think about it, that might be accurate. It's like a million ferrets running through fun tubes. So then we'll do a half C's. Oops. Like that. Fubsy, welcome in. To explain your builds being awful. I don't think anybody's builds are awful, to be fair. Everybody builds in their own way. Everybody has their own goals. Some people just want progress. Some people want pretty. Some people just want things to work and don't really care how it ends up. And all of those are valid options. Okay. So, there's that. Then we're going to do something in this corner. And I don't know what. You lose patience with it. This is like my, making stuff like this is meditative for me. So, comparison is the thief of joy. Yeah. And that's 100% accurate. Alright, we're going to do something in that corner. I don't know what yet. But it needs to be something. Oh. I know what it's going to be. It's going to be an elevator. That's what it's going to be. We can put an elevator right in this corner, and we'll put another one, same thing, tucked into that corner. I kind of forgot elevators existed. Belt side or out? Let's do out. And then we'll go up, up, up. We're going up, up, up. To there. Well. Let me... That's going to be a floor too, so we got to go way up. Yeah, that has to snap to an elevator. So we'll start here, facing it that way. And up seas to this one. Then we can add on to it if necessary. Missed the gym this week, recovering from a tattoo session. And the gym being reduced hours for spring break, ready to get back on Monday. Yeah, I'm getting the strong itch to get back into the gym, which hasn't happened in a little while now, so I'm quite happy about that. Okay. Elevator floor there. Elevator floor there. No, Germanus. I've been, like, when it first came out in early access, I was offered a key to it, but, like, city builders and, like, colony management games like that, I don't super enjoy long term. I've watched a lot of it. I know a lot of people really like it. It looks like an absolutely fantastic game. But it's not... If I'm not going to consistently make content for it, I don't really want to... I don't really want to do it, so... I'm not. Alright. Let me get power over to this guy. We got power here. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. You come across to here, and then you plug in. Okay. Elevator. Elevator go up. Elevator go down the hall. Alright. We'll finish all that off, and that'll work as the corner. That'll look nice and be quasi-functional. Fifth session next week. Oof. A lot of sessions. That's a big piece. I think Wifeboat's getting a new tattoo next week. I know she has an appointment coming up. Well, I say appointment, but our tattoo artist is like quasi-retired. I mean, quasi by she still tattoos people, but only her friends and in her kitchen. All right, so then we'll do another elevator, later on this side. Couldn't remember if you took your meds this morning. Good news, you didn't. Bad news, now I super can't focus on anything. Fun times. Forgetting to take meds always reminds me of the Top Gear episode when they're in the Amazon and keep forgetting to take their malaria pills. Oh, I'm out of silica. Alright, let's go get some stuff. I'm gonna need silica. I'm gonna need concrete. I don't need power shards at the moment. Silica, concrete. What else is not? Oh, crystal. What else is not hooked up automatically that I need? Iron rods. I actually don't think I'm making iron rods right now. So this might be all the iron rods I have. I should fix that. Oh, I can fix that. All right, let's go. Let me go do that. Used to have a Ford Fiesta, left my Adderall in the glove box, and now it's a Ford Focus. Smoking, what's going on? Yeah. I have my heavy modular frames line. I was making some extra screws and I turned those off so I could pivot that to iron rods because I don't think I'm making iron rods anywhere. Ever since I got cast screws, I think I stopped my iron rod production. And I never started it again, which is slightly problematic. Yeah. So these guys were making screws. Now they're making nothing. So let's plug you in right here. Do that. Let's take those out. I don't need to overclock this. And you're going to be iron rods. Turn on. You take those out. Iron rods. Yeah. Okay. We'll get some iron rods in storage. What did I come here for? We're factoring stuff. Yeah. That's what we're doing. We're doing some factorying. High-speed connectors. What's this? Supercomputers? Oh yeah, those are full. Versatile frames. Those things. Those, okay. What did I need? Oh, silica and crystal. Let's scooch over here. Scooch. Oh, I didn't have storage for those? Oh, right. It's in the train station. I didn't have to come back down here. This is where we're routing it, but it's actually inside the train station. Can't stop eating sunflower seeds? I mean, sunflower seeds are quite good. It was a... my daughter loves sun butter. My son's allergic to peanuts, so we found alternate nut butters. that are not filled with allergens, and sun butter is the one that we settled on. It's actually really good. If you like sunflower seeds, highly recommend sun butter. It's peanut butter, but made from sunflower seeds, and it tastes like sunflower seeds. It's really good. There has been a sunflower seed shortage at the sun butter plant, I guess, for the last couple months. You couldn't get sun butter anywhere. Like, anywhere. Every single store was completely sold out. It was astonishing. And, like, we get it in bulk. Because I like it, and I eat a decent amount of it. My daughter eats a metric ton of it. So we buy it in big tubs in bulk, and could not get it anywhere. Like, scrambling to try and find some. And we went, like, a couple weeks without having any. It was kind of crazy. You also forgot your lunch. Oh, nice. Nice. Seems like a good start to the day. Scuzzy? Your issue with sun butter is the texture or lack thereof. That is fair. The crunchy one is better. My daughter does not like the crunchy one, but go through jars a week. Peanut butter is like my jam, and was always my jam. And when my son was allergic, I had to stop eating it, and that has, like, that hurt. That hurt me deeply. Oh, I need plastic. Right, that's the other thing I needed. It's plastic. And then I'm going to need more reinforced iron plates in the cloud. Boop. Yeah, there are some batches FLCL that are very runny. I don't know why that is. It's really frustrating when you get a really runny one. The larger batches, like we get 5-pound tubs, they're much thicker, like very firm and hold their shape, kind of like peanut butter does. So much better. The small jars, not great. But if you want to go in for 10 pounds, I can recommend getting the 2-pack of 5-pound tubs. It's good value too, actually. Works out to like $4 a pound or something. It's actually quite good value. Do I have... Those are set. Those are set. What else? Oh, plastic. Right. Let me grab some plastic while I'm over here. I have a ton of plastic in the other place, but I have a couple containers of plastic over here too. I mean, Pat, if you stopped going for the low-hanging fruit, I'd be worried for you. You can't just give up on your wheelhouse, man. You know? Alright, so eventually, most of these stations are going to be swapped to outbounds, or at least one of them is going to be swapped. Probably this one is going to be swapped to outbounds, because right now this is plastic in, rubber in, circuit boards in, computers in, and I think this one's empty. Yeah. So this will change to outbound. So we'll start shipping out stuff that we're making here over to that guy. Cashew butter, but my god, it's expensive. Yeah. We do We do almond butter as well, because my son's not allergic to almonds. They can be loco. It can just be peanuts. Like when my son was little, it was peanuts, tree nuts, sesame seeds. It was a long list. A long, irritating list. And let me tell you, sesame seeds, the most annoying one possible. I don't know if you have ever tried to purchase bread that does not... It doesn't even matter that there aren't sesame seeds, like, on the crust. Every bread is made with sesame seeds somewhere in the process. So it is a nightmare. Thankfully, he grew out of that one and is no longer allergic to sesame seeds. So we don't have to worry about that anymore. Thank God, that was awful. Now it's just peanuts. So he has almond butter. So there's an interesting thing. Technically smoking, yes. However, even people that have a peanut allergy, peanut stuff cooked in peanut oil is not necessarily triggering of the allergy. But it depends. It's really weird. Like, oils are really weird because it depends how the oil is processed, because it's not the nut itself, it's the protein in it. And if you process the oil correctly and cleanly, there is no more protein in there for it to react to. Like, my son has had Chick-fil-A fries and, like, nuggets, had them for a couple years, and then our allergist was like, they cook everything in peanut oil. We were like, oh. She's like, generally it's fine, but every now and then it can cause a problem. You know what's interesting with my son getting allergic to peanuts? We've spent a lot of time looking at like food allergies and stuff and trends and all that stuff. What's super interesting is up until recently, Asian countries have a significantly lower instance of peanut allergies than in the US and Europe. And one of the thoughts behind it is that the first exposure that most people in the Western world have to peanuts is when they are roasted, which does different things with the protein. Whereas the first exposure in most of Asia is through peanut oils, where there is no protein, and it may have some correlation between introducing oils first and the other thing. The other thing, when my son was born, the widely regarded way to go about introducing foods was not to do any peanut butter or anything until they were a year old, and then introduce it. Now, that is the absolute wrong thing to do, and you should not do that, and you should introduce it early. So, that's neat. Favorite story about Jim is he's allergic to peanuts. I think it was peanuts, and one day he was curious about how our bar tasted, so he just YOLO'd it, even though it had peanuts. Oh. Nice. I get roasted all the time. That's accurate. Yeah. But there's actually been a lot of progress made, and recently, as far as like vaccinating against allergies, there's so far it seems to be working in human testing and human trials, and it's near being approved for everybody to use. Basically like a once a month shot that would prevent anaphylaxis with accidental ingestion. You're allergic to yeast. Yeah. Next time you go to the allergist, Cat, ask them. Because it's happening. Yeah, yeast would be very annoying. That's up there with sesame seeds. That would just be a very irritating allergy. Can they do that with wheat? Yeah, like, and it's based off of the mRNA vaccines that were developed with COVID. They're doing a lot of interesting things with that. So that's really cool. They offered my son to be in the trial for the peanut one, but like, I don't want to. No thanks. Garlic would be, yeah, Bishop's allergic to garlic. That's awful. I don't know. Might just have to like YOLO it and hope for the best, because God, there's garlic in everything. Everything I eat has garlic. Your mom became allergic to yeast in her 50s? Wow. If it's hereditary, I'm very upset. Yeah. Like a vampire. Yep. Like a vampire. Listen, I've met Bishop. He didn't seem real into wanting to go outside when it was sunny out. So maybe... No garlic, onions, scallions? Oh my God. First time you go down for basically 2 days from consuming garlic, you change your mind. It hurts so much. Yeah. Yeah. I've never seen Bishop outside in the sun. Has anyone ever seen him cross a creek or a river? Does he ask permission before coming in the house? These are things we need to know. Yes. Altoona pizza. That's the secret behind Bop's family recipe. Had to drive over like 3 rivers or creeks to get to your old office? Sure you did. We all believe you. The lack of mirrors is circumstantial evidence. Ding, 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 ding. They did knowingly move to Oklahoma, so yeah, that's fair. Let's drop this, 'cause I'm probably gonna change that. Well, remember your sacrifice, Smokin'. You will be remembered fondly. Okay. I think I'll probably change that to... Can I wrap this? I can. Beautiful. Alright, so how did I do the train cover? Do I want to have it come out? So what I did over there is I had the roof come out down to the flat, and then I created gates. But on the back side, I could just go straight down and do the gates tight to it and leave the ramp open. Oh, right, this bumps out too. Can't really bump that out, so I won't be able to mirror it exactly. Regardless. And I kinda, the back is turning out differently than the front, so let's just do I think we'll just come across. Then I still got to do all of this over there. And then I got to figure out what I'm going to do on the sides too. Fun. Fun, fun. So what if we go out one and then come down? Well, then that's going to run up against the elevator, which... Panda, how's it going? I guess no matter what I do, it's going to run up against the elevator. Unless I put another line. I'm alright. I'm doing. Whether that's well or not is still to be determined. That's there and there. So we'll do a small version of the bump out on this side. Basically. So we'll put a door. You're gonna be unpainted. Yeah, this will work. Then I'll do the pillar gates. The small pillar. What do you mean invalid placement? It's not invalid placement. Your face is invalid. Boom, roasted. Multiple callouts on a Friday? That's booty cheeks. That should be illegal. gotta go from the ground. Oops. Up. Okay. And then let me go grab the signs. One's legitimate. So here. And here. Five. Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay. That's how we'll do the backside. At least over the stations, anyway. So actually, just butting up against the elevator is not bad. Because it's glass. Cool. But then the other thing I'm gonna do is put in beams to create seams. Beams for seams. So doing, just spamming the 1 meter walls takes away the weird textures. So like even if you do the basic wall, like this is the basic wall, so then you don't get those like panels cut out in it. Same thing with the concrete, just makes it a solid piece of concrete, and the basic wall makes it just the corrugation without the black lines on it, which is kind of nice. Beams for seams is your Tears for Fears tribute band. Nice. Very nice. Corrugation is such a fun word. Yeah. And then we do that and we create seams with beams. You follow? No, I need, you gotta get, you need to be, but, that's annoying. Should have done this first. Not as much fun as defenestration. That's accurate. There's not much in this world that is more fun than defenestration. The word or the action. You know? Okay. Okay. It's just one? Oh yeah, it's just one. Yeah, I guess that's fine. I guess. Door. Pepper Ann, how's it going? I'll come back and do the beams for seams a little later. We'll just get the base structure built, because I still have to do the other side. So the finishing and the gate structure for the trains can wait a bit. Okay. So that goes to the end of the train stations. So then here will be something different? Or should I just make it a big panel? And maybe put a gate in, like one of those big double gates, which don't really work, by the way. These don't like actually working, which is kind of annoying. I could put it in a touch and kind of create a recess here, just for a little more interest. You miss recess? I know, right? Like, we're doing something wrong in the world. Recess should be an inalienable right. But here we are. Here we be. I don't need that one. Why did I put that one there? That was... yeah, no, I won't need that one. I just need that one. And... that one. I guess I'll use these, actually. Keep the vibe going. Oh, why did I do that?
Because my dad's a little...
I'm an idiot.
Wow.
I'm an idiot. I was just like, oh, you know, I'll make it it'll be a nice, it'll be a nice recess. And then I'll make it look like it's not recessed. I'll make it look like a mistake. Which, I mean... Benjamin Button is just Mork and Mindy without the laughs. I've actually never seen Benjamin Button. I don't think I could have less interest in watching a film as I have in that one. Oh, right. I can't build anything like next to elevators because they're dumb. Wait. There. Mostly buried, but it'll at least create a tiny little texture in the middle there. And then we go from you to there. You're hatched as a full-size adult. Okay. That makes the bottom look like a garage, which is essentially what it is. So. Sunday, find out what all this Firefly hoopla is about. I don't know. I don't really know what to expect from that. And I don't know that I want to expect anything from it. +6 inches of snow this weekend? Gross. Like, if they're gonna do a new season of Firefly,
just floating around tugboating people.
Zell, thank you for gifting Pepper a sub. Like, if they're gonna do a new season of Firefly, do you think Alan Tudyk's gonna be in it? So, I mean, like, they confirmed it's not a reboot podcast or, like, con event. Maybe they're doing, like, an HD re-release or something. I don't know. Animated? That would legitimately be awesome. If they did an anime or something. The comics were fun. Yeah. That I would be excited about. Some of you guessed convention, podcast, or crossover. You are wrong. Okay. Okay, boss. Okay. So this section, I'm gonna do Winders, as my grandmother would say. It's not bobbleheads. If they're doing a Firefly animated series, I'll be very excited. That would actually be fun, and then I could actually probably get my kids to watch it. I got my daughter to start watching Firefly. She made it 6 minutes into the first episode and turned it off. To be fair, the whole sci-fi Western thing is weird when you start. Alright, what? Are these just full frame windows? Oh, okay. Do I want to do that? Ever watch Cowboy Bebop instead? I did. I've been trying to get her to start animes, FLCL, and I finally got her. She is watching Demon Slayer. She actually got into Demon Slayer, so she's almost done with the first season of Demon Slayer. That's her first anime, which is kind of crazy. But I mean, hopefully that'll get through the door. And without prompting, she is watching the sub, not the dubs. So I did something right at some point. Finally got around to replacing your PC's thermal paste? Did it need to be replaced? Are you having performance issues? Heat issues? Did you use the perfect amount? Do you not use the entire tube? No, you're good. That's exactly what you do. I think I'm going to put these inside that beam. You want to make sure it like squeezes out and oozes all over the motherboard when you're done. Please don't do that. That's what we call a joke. Please don't actually do that and then blame me. I accept no responsibility for your idiocy. Yeah, inside works better. Whoa. Use. You've been saying that about me for years, and I still blame chat for my idiocy. Okay. Also, Ring, how's it going? Good to see you again. I resent the implication that I have any idiocy going on. So, you know. Settle down. This bar is going to continue up again to the next, because we're going to have, this is another floor. So then we're going to have a roof, probably. I'm going to leave it as an open roof because we may end up needing more floors. But I said not 20 minutes ago that I was an idiot. Well, I mean, that doesn't mean I'm dumb. There's difference. A very important, distinct difference. So, you know, don't worry about it. Then down here. Really should get stuff brought over. And I really should start actually constructing things. Maybe I'll just start using this half of the factory. And then I'll finish it and then start using that half of the factory. Although the nitrogen's over there. So I will need the nitrogen train. Well, I don't even have a nitrogen train running. I can run that nitrogen pipe from that and then plug it into one of those trains over there and swap that out to a liquid train or a gaseous train, as it were. I'll continue talking about those things, pretending like anyone is following along what I'm saying. So then it's these. I did a thing there, and then that, and then that. So the stream is normal. Yeah, why? I thought that was pretty clear. You do. Just checking? Well, I appreciate you checking in, you know? It's important to check in. I don't even have this floor, like, concreted in yet. Alright, so I'll just do this block, and then I think we'll go start planning bringing stuff over. Need an XY zoop? Yeah, that would be nice. When you're placing something, Mort, you hit, like, foundations, you hit R to change your build mode to zoop. And then you can place up to 10. Zoop is the truth. There's a mod for that? Really? That's probably the first mod that I've heard of where I've gone, maybe. Maybe I'll mod it. Do you want to do that? Or have that... Should I have it stop there? Or go all the way to the edge? I think I want to stop it there. God, that's bright. And now I can't see. Yeah, we'll have it. We'll have it stop. Okay. Then you are going to come over here. Zoop. Zangief, how's it going? It goes pretty well, I think. We're just doing some building today. I am gonna maybe swap over and do some actual something here in a minute. Some actual factory work instead of just some architecture. Elevator shaft? That is an elevator, yeah. There's an elevator there and there on either side. This is the back side of the factory. Okay. Let's take a look at what our... Oh, that's how I did that. Oh, I should change that. Okay, that'll be way better. All right. Why an elevator when you can fly? Because I needed something in that corner to make the transition to that big section. So an elevator just worked naturally. We should maybe get some trains running into here. Factory needs more lights. It does, actually, yeah. So we could get our rubber and plastic one going. How many? I don't even know, actually. I probably have around 30 built up right now. Maybe. I've bought basically everything out of the awesome shop except for the trophies, so I'm just letting it ride. We could change over the aluminum train. Alright, so if I change over the trains, that's going to start causing issues, because then I'll have to redo all of my signaling. Boy. How did you get priority when this guy was waiting the whole time? Alright, so the other thing I want to do, actually, and it will work, is I need to bring these two tracks together so that we can replace the intersection here with another rotary, which will then also cause us to have to change the signaling. By the way, if you haven't yet, I cannot recommend Slay the Spire 2 enough. If you enjoyed the first game at all, definitely get it. If you never really got into the first game, but have acquaintances, friends or otherwise, who play Slay the Spire, you should also get it. Because the co-op, I did not know how co-op was going to work in Slay the Spire. When they announced that Slay the Spire 2 was going to have co-op, I kind of scoffed. Because I couldn't imagine how that was going to work. It's so much fun. The co-op is so much fun. No, you do not have to have played the first. At all. The co-op is phenomenal. It's ridiculous. It has no right to be as fun as it is. I got a chance to do 4-player co-op last night. Astounding. So we only did Ascension 0 because the one player had never really played Slay before. So we did Ascension 0, and they only had like base cards on the Ironclad. So like the starting character. So we just did Ascension 0, which is like the base difficulty. It's still quite difficult, you know, like one of the first boss I think had like 1,800 hit points. just an astonishing number of hit points. But it's really, really fun. It's really, really well done. And the nicest thing about the co-op is that you can cover for each other really, really well. Just super interesting the way that it works. It's really well done and really fun. Can your co-op ruin their run and laugh at their saltiness? Like, you'd have to actively tank in order to, like, ruin it. Like, you would have to be very proactive in trying to ruin it. It's still a bit unclear, so you're saying it's fun. Yes. Why are you stopped? Because I broke those signals by putting those tracks there, but they're dead-end tracks. That shouldn't... Whatever. My coal train won't stop, so it doesn't much matter. Alright, I'm gonna go and swap over my aluminum train. And then we'll get rid of this raised track. Then we'll start making the changes. And then we're gonna have to redo all the signaling. All the track intersections. All the things. Just YOLO it. I gotta start sometime, so why not now? Why not now? So our aluminum loop-de-loop, instead of taking the raised rail here, is going to cross over and then come down and join there. We etch. Means I'm a break oh wait, where is the aluminum train? It's there. Perfect. Okay. Swirly train is stopping because I broke the track. Good. Good stuff. So almost everything, when you're playing Slay co-op, almost everything that you can do is independent of each other. So like the card rewards and things like that at the end of each encounter are local to you. So it's not like shared rewards. The only time it's shared rewards is when you get a treasure chest and you get a choice of relic. There'll be a relic for each player and you have to determine who wants what. And if 2 people pick the same relic, like the relics will be laid out icons. Say there's 4 of them. So then you see each character's hand, and as you move around, you see their hands moving around, and they can point to which one they want. So if 2 decide they want the same one, the hands, rock, paper, scissors, and then the winner of random rock, paper, scissors gets it, which is hilarious and amazing. Elite relics are local. The only thing that's shared is the treasure chest. Everything else is local. Including the merchant. The merchant stock is also local. Which is really nice. Actually, this can stay those. But I will need to do this. There. And there. Ba, ba, ba. And then there are cards that are added into co-op that interact with other characters. There's powers and different cards that create interactions between your characters. So for instance, in my run, I was playing as the Silent, and I got a power that anytime anyone else played an attack, I got 1 block. And then I upgraded it to 2 block, and then I had another power that was anytime I gained a block, everyone else gains half the block. So every time somebody played an attack, I got 2 block, and everybody else got 1 block. Interactions like that are really interesting. And the new characters, like someone was playing the Defect, and they got abilities to give us the Defect orbs. So we got plasma orbs for extra energy. Someone was playing the Regent, who's one of the new characters, who gets a sword, and you can create a sword for everyone in the group. There's really fun interactions. You can throw potions at each other and stuff. It's really well done. Like, it has no business being as good as it is. It's astounding how much fun it is. Alright. It's almost like they know how to make a game, right? Who could have seen that coming? Only 8 hours to go till work is done? Nice. Almost there. Alright. So I'm gonna have to change the station that the swirly train's going to one of those. And that's a full station, right? Imagine how much better it would be if they spent time putting in microtransaction. Cosmetic. God. I'm excited to see how early access expands, because they haven't put like the Watcher isn't in the game yet, but there are 2 new classes, so it'll be cool once. I don't know if they're adding even more classes than that, but it's really neat. Super duper fun. And there's even some new mechanics for old characters. Like the Silent has a new mechanic called Sly. If something has Sly, it means if you discard it, it gets played as well as being discarded. Kind of like you're palming the card. Which is really cool. That's a very fun mechanic. Very strong mechanic. Bum, bum, bum. Alright, I need to refill my coffee. I'm going to take a really quick break. It's been an hour and a half. And then I'm going to think about this. I'm going to plug in the aluminum train, I think. and then we'll see what we're going to do. So, all right, now's a great time to grab a drink, grab a snack, get up and move around if you can. Don't forget to take your meds if you haven't. I'll be right back. For one, because he was glistening wet and he was inside. I never trust a wet man. Hey, work. There we go. No. What? Okay, we're good. Here's how Overcooked is played. Two people who love each other very much load up the game, and 6 to 7 minutes later go and clean up all the blood, sweat, and tears that have been shed during the previous 6 to 7 minutes, and then you never speak of it again. That's how you play Overcooked. Yeah.
A generous bestowal.
Twiggy.
I recently took a poll and found out that 100% of the people in the tent were angry when it collapsed.
Thank you so much for the bits, Twigs. That is an amazing joke. That one is excellent. 100%. That was excellent. The only other thing that I want to say is one of the greatest quotes of any media that I have ever enjoyed. Book, movie, TV show, video game, or otherwise. My favorite quote and line from any of that ever comes from Dragon Age Origins. And it is the farewell that the Dwarves of Orzammar use. It's Atras Nal Tansha. May you always find your way in the dark. And that's very pertinent this week. So have a great weekend, everybody. And may you always find your way in the dark. Until Monday, as always, as ever, remember, be good to each other. Bye, everybody. Oh, bad. Oh, bad. Oh, bad. Damn it. No. No. Oh. Oh. Okay. So that was a puma. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I cannot do that. Listen, I can take a break whenever I want, okay? I'm very cognizant of the time and when I need to take my breaks. And it has nothing to do with the fact that Wifebot wanted to talk to me. Completely unrelated things. I took a break because I'm a mature individual who knew I needed to take a break. That's all. I hate that. So I'm going to take it away and just have the corner of that float a little bit because I'd prefer that. Sure. Shut up. How about that? How about that? Actually, wait, you know what? Why don't I just put... I don't want to... I mean, I know why I haven't done it. I don't want to interfere with my compact coal train, which is this line. However, if it's just this intersection, why didn't I turn it and then I can bring it under here? There's options I could have. I could have it come down and turn and then wrap under here and go that way. There's better ways to do this. Hang on. Let me see. Are we redoing train lines again? It's not redoing them. I need to get the stuff that's over here to the factory. So it's not redoing the train line. I'm just moving the train line to where it needs to be. That's all. I should really load this one up and swap it to a 90, because that's all I use it for now, instead of the 180. I just make it a 90. Yeah, then it will... Does it? Yeah, that's not what I want. I need it to connect to that one, I think, because I don't want to cross over the other line. So that's going to have to be out there, which should be fine. So I can put it there. Like that. Never cross the streams. Oh. I'm gonna slightly cross the streams. Oh, did that connect? Hey, fancy. That actually worked. I didn't think that was actually going to connect, but it did. No, it didn't, because there's no turn signal. It lies. The block sign thinks it connected, but it didn't actually connect. So then I should be able to do... What do you mean it turns too sharply? You just... did it. Bro, it's the vacuum. It's the cleaning lady doing the vacuum again, bro. Calm down. Yeah, I can go right there. Why does it say it's too... There we go.
I would like to see the baby.
Why does that happen? Hover pack is so buggy. What side is that? That block signal used to be like here. I think. That work? Yeah, that should kind of work. All right. Charlotte, hello. Okay, so then I just get that to that. You follow? Like so. Been following this entire time. Have you though? Have you though? Follow what? Man, that wall doesn't work too well. Boom and boom. Okay. The train is still broken, but that's fine. So then this can go away. Follow what? Yeah. Reading is hard. Yeah, it is. Then you can go away. What is it? That's a block signal. That doesn't need to be there. Okay. So that block signal needs to move. Why are there block signals here? Is that going all the way back to those intersections? Wait, for real? Because, buddy, what? Those don't need to be there. There is going to need to be a path signal here. And a path signal here. And a path signal here. And then a block signal there, there, and there. Okay, why is that broken? That should have no bearing on anything. Because I don't have a block signal here? No, why would that be a path signal? Hold up. I've confused myself. I've gone and confused myself. Quite thoroughly. That's a block signal. Why is that broken? That makes no sense. That one's broken too. Why? That's... Okay. Well... Spend 90 minutes troubleshooting our tankless water heater. AMA. What's it doing, Bob? I ended up pulling the tankless water heater out of our last house. Because it was so... We had such hard water, it was a nightmare to keep maintenance. So, gave up on it. Wrong button. There we go. Can't figure out what's wrong. Loosening and tightening some connections, playing with the panel. Currently operational. When's the last time you had it flushed? That's probably the first step. It's a wonderful question. Isn't it? Why was there a thing there? Was that causing problems? There needs to be a block signal here. So why is that being... So the way tankless water heaters work is with a, like, ultra-thin radiator, right? So heat transfers based on surface area. So the way they work is like the same way that a car disperses heat via a radiator is hyper-thin metal fins, right? So the water goes through all these hyper-thin fins that are heat elements, and because of the increased surface area, it rapidly heats the water. So you get calcium, lime, hard water deposit buildup on those fins, and it slowly loses efficiency, and eventually you'll get little clogs because they're very small channels, so you'll get clogs. So it needs to be flushed and like washed out and whatnot. I think you'll find it works a lot better when you do. You're supposed to, by the manual, have it flushed every 6 months, Bob. Which is super too often for literally anyone who has a life. But every couple years would be like a good shout. Yeah, so this is just gonna break all my trains. So all right. The powder train's not running yet. We can hook the powder train up. Well, maybe I should just delete all my, because I'm gonna get rid of this station. This station's gonna go away. There's 9,600 rubber in there. 1,900 circuit boards. Why are we not shipping any circuit boards over? I would just call a plumber or four and ask for a quote for flushing a tankless hot water heater. Don't think about it because it works. Yeah. That's kind of like, I mean, like, you're supposed to get your septic pumped every year or whatever. And no one actually does that. You know, there's lots of things that you should do frequently that no one actually does. But with a tankless hot water heater, you lose a lot of efficiency and then you start having issues when that stuff starts building up. So every other year, I mean, typically, like, you can get it flushed. It should be under $100. Ideally, if the plumber's not a complete donkey. These trains are broken, and I don't know why they're not running. Do not miss having septic. Yeah, I do not miss that either. And I'm pretty sure, Bob, our field was completely when we sold the house, but they didn't inspect it. So a donkey plumber would be neat, right? Wouldn't it? Why is that sign broken? Why does that sign exist? What is that sign for? All of those are broken. Wait. If I get rid of you, will you start running? Yeah. Why was that there? I mean, it's because of this intersection. But, like, nothing's running there yet. All that's broken, but who gives? What are these? Path signals. Going that way? For what? Waits for the sound of a train crash. No, there's nothing coming this way yet, so I don't have to worry about it. And like the powder train, the copper train is going to go around the back. Probably. Oops. How are we doing on power generation, speaking of? So we got 10... Why are you choking down on fuel? Oh, I know why. It's the sink. Because that's a slow belt. That's why. I really got to get that stuff shipped, because... that's causing some problems. Can I send this? So circuit boards... Black powder on a train? Yeah. That would also be good. Man, this game is super not good for when you can't stay focused on one task at a time. I gotta fix this train first. So let me go back. I gotta change the routing for that train. I gotta figure out what station I want to send it to. Because I'm pretty sure that's a 4-car train. Let's go check. Where are you, buddy? We're in this loop of nonsense. Yeah, it's a 4-car train. So, let's do... We'll get rid of you. And we'll do... R5. It can get there. Let's ride and see how it goes. Whee! You know what's crazy is this train, when it's going down, at least, takes less power than my hover pack does. Which is pretty wild. We're almost there. I'm gonna wait for it to get to the bottom instead of... Here we go. Okay. Welcome back. It does take a little bit more going up, yeah. Slightly more. Oh, I forgot to take that. Away we go. Nice. I forgot to change these to unload. Okay. those are going to unload, and then we're going to get these belts. We're going to start filling up. Pioneer does have some pretty deep pockets, yeah. Look at that. Away we go. Once all of these are running, that's going to be visually something. Why is that clipping? Stop clipping. So why are you not going up? Tell me this is broken. Oh, it's the first one, right? Tell me this isn't working. That's working. That's set to out. That's set to up. What is this save file? I don't know what it is. Every time I put in a conveyor lift, it just doesn't work. I feel like I'm working with pipes. I have to break it and redo it, even though it's set very clearly to the correct direction. Look, up, up, out. Like, it's going the correct direction. But it just stops at that floor hole. I've had this happen so many times. Almost every time I've made a vertical belt. What the f... Vertical splitters do your head in? Yeah. I don't... Alright, so I'm gonna have to redo the... I'll redo both of these lines all the way up. Is that how they do vertical splitter? Kind of crazy. Mark 5 lift. Going up. Going down. Now that's working. I'm going to have to redo all of these, aren't I? Okay. So then, one along the ceiling. One along this level. Have you into there. You feed into there. So then this one's not working either. Okay. I should break all of these down then. I'm going to have to redo them. That's really frustrating. That is interesting that that's how they do the vertical splitters. What happened? The vertical belts are being weird. The conveyor lifts. I've had issues with the conveyor lifts not feeding through floor holes for some reason. And I have to redo them and then they start feeding. Okay. And then splitter. Wonder if they'll break again after a save and load. If they do, that will completely negate the entire point of this whole factory. Because this is literally the point of this whole factory. Is doing this. So that would be not super great, I will say. Okay. Oh yeah, no, still looking every day, Bob. Still looking every day. Getting depressed, but still looking every day. It's like a 4-bedroom, 2,500 square foot house around here would be between 900 and 1.2 mil, depending on property and whatnot. Which is just... Those were... When we started looking, those were between like 5 and 6. So... Every house we've looked at has basically doubled in price. And there's so many that we've looked at and so many that we bid on initially that are now back on the market for 300 to 400k more than what they sold for a couple years ago. Alright, so the aluminum train is working. That's neat. There it goes. Off to do its deliveries. Boop, 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 boop. Speed kills, what's going on? Pay just as high for a new place. That's the thing. Like, everybody's like, oh man, I can cash out on my place, but then you gotta get a place. That's... you know, I think my brother's place now is worth like 3 times what he paid. But then he'd have to find a place. And because the place that he has is worth 3 times what he paid, he'd have to pay 3 times than what he paid. It's not super duper, you know? Do I want to leave these as clear panels or add... I think I'll leave them as clear panels. Alright, so we got our first train running to here. House flipping has gotten insane again. One of the funniest ones is there's a house that was, like, destroyed. It ended up being, like, too small for us. It had 3 bedrooms, but they were tiny and just not enough space for us. Because one of the things that we're looking at is, like, my kids are not going to be able to move out when they're, like, 18 or 20. No, you can't apply colors to glass. That would be really cool if you could tint glass. That would be really neat. Like, we have to plan for our kids to probably live with us until they're 30. Like, genuinely. Like, we can't afford to buy a house. How are they going to afford? So, we're trying to figure out... We're trying to get a place where it's going to still be comfortable for them to be, you know, grown people and be in the house, which makes it much more difficult. But that place was destroyed, so it was cheaper, and I could do most of the work to fix it up, but it just wasn't big enough. So it ended up being sold to a flipper who ended up then selling it for almost $300 more than they paid, and it is back on the market now for over $250,000 more than that, because that flipper sold it to another flipper who then, like, replaced the kitchen and stuff instead of just doing a, you know, slapdash paint job and relisting it. It's... Yeah, Kimby, when we moved into this apartment, we signed a 3-month lease, and we were worried that we were going to have to pay the penalty for breaking it early. It's been 5 years. So... there's that. I'm gonna finish breaking down this, and then we'll swap out that train intersection over there. Still worried about the penalty? No, I'll eat the penalty. If I have to break it, I'll gladly eat that penalty, because it means we won't be here anymore. Yeah, Bob, 2021. 2021, buddy. I've streamed more from this apartment. I've streamed more from this apartment than I streamed from my office that I built at our house. And I'm getting close to the point, another year or two, where I will have streamed more from this apartment than I did from my old house, period. Which is neat. Super neat. Super duper neat. Super duper neat. Good stuff. We've basically, Wifeboat and I have the fantastic ability to do everything at exactly the wrong time, historically, particularly with housing. Like, in 2006, we bought a condo because everybody, our parents, our grandparents, everyone was like, you need to get in the housing market and get on that treadmill. And then, you know, that's how you build your wealth over time. You get in the housing market, you get in real estate, you live in your property, and then you can turn it for more money, and you can scale up and scale up. But the problem is we bought in 2006. About 18 months later, we were underwater by a couple $100,000. And by the time we ended up selling it, because then we had kids, which we were also told that, you know, you gotta do that, get that going. We had kids, and it was a 1-bedroom condo. We had 2 kids, and that's not comfortable. So then by the time we sold it, we were still underwater on the mortgage. And so then when we first moved into our last house, we were paying for the new house. We were paying off the remnant of the old place and trying to get out from under that catastrophe. And basically have never really recovered from that. So we sold our place after the flood, which means we could not get market value for the house because it flooded. The entire yard was still underwater. The creek that was on the back of the property is still running up against the back of the house. But the market was so hot that people needed a house, so they bought it. So we got like a tiny bit of money from that. Still not as much. Like our first house, we put 20% down. The condo that we bought, we put 20% down. We still haven't recouped that money that we put down on the first place. And now we're looking at having to spend just a gajillion dollars to try to get any form of residence. Like, we're not even looking at McMansions, man. Like, I just want my kids to have their own bedroom again. Like, my kids are great and they get along, thankfully. But even with how well they get along, a 14-year-old boy and 15-year-old girl sharing a bedroom is trying at the best of times. I'm supremely stunned that there has not been blood drawn yet. Like, I am really surprised that blood has not been drawn yet. It's just exhausting. So, imagine having 20% down in this economy. Yeah. 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 Purchased in 2016 with a 2.75 interest rate, yeah. Give your son all the credit for just sharing a bathroom with... Dude, like... I think my son might lose his mind over how much crap is on... Like, he goes in there and sometimes when he's just like... He's had it, you just hear stuff hit the floor and he's just like, why is there so much in the sink? And he just like... Put it away. It's funny. It's not funny, but it's funny. Alright, time to break these trains. Again. No, that'll be in the way. Okay. I gotta remember how to line this up. I think we do halfsies and halfsies. Right? So I might have to move this guy. Where are you? You're there. So if we move you here, should be out of the way. Let's do that. Doot. Doot. Goodbye. Rotary. Rotary go here. Alright, so that needs to be half-C's there, and then half-C's on this one. Oh, half-C's on that one. Yes. Whoa, 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 whoa! Come on. Train tracks and the hover pack, man. Really annoying. See, how's it going? Huge. Okay. That should overwrite so we get back to the global grid. So you go to here. You go to here. You go to here. No. Wait. Is that right? Why do I feel like that's wrong? That shouldn't be crossing over like that. No, I get it. It has to, doesn't it? Why am I so confused? Wait, hang on. No, I guess it does. It just gets overlapped by the other one. Alright. Okay. Never mind. Ignore me. I mean, not like you don't, anyway. That. So then you go to there. You go to there. You go to there. You go to there. Okay. What is that emote? Yeah. Alright, so then we get rid of this. We get rid of this. Okay, and that is a path signal. Let's move you. Get a ton of gift subs, don't know what you have sometimes, yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, it should be okay. Maybe. Path signal, path signal. Block signal. Block signal. Path signal. Path signal. Block signal. Block signal. Path. And signal. Why won't you line up? Yo. Whatever. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no, that's the Coltrane. Coltrane's fine. We're fine. We're fine. That was only a mild... That was only a mild collision. So we're fine. It was just a small one. Teensy tiny. Alright, let's back you up. Oh, good. There's another train back there. And there's another one coming. Brother, you can't come this way. Alright, you're stopping. Alright, hang on! What are you? Where do you go? Okay, you should be fine. You get going and get out of the way. Mild. I'm redoing my trains, so the signals were a little... We're a little messed up for a minute there. But this should start working now. So then you leave. I gotta move those tighter. You go through. Herc, how's it going? Then that guy's going. Nope, that guy's stopping. We have arrived at an impasse. Why are we... Oh no, you're going. Okay. You're gonna go through. Then you're gonna go through. Then you're gonna go through. Yes. Okay. It's working. The signals get a little... They get a little wild. The main thing is path signal before the intersection, path in, block out. Like, I need to move these closer. Because I don't like how those are. Those are too far away. They take too long to register. So there's a path signal here. So any train that's coming in, when it arrives here, the path determines where it can go, and then the block signal determines when it leaves that block. So all of these paths and all these blocks. This one should be a little closer too. Why is there a switch there? It's weird. Let's move this path signal a little closer. Okay. So we've got them all on that intersection, that intersection. The one thing that I don't like about the signals is the path signals. When the train leaves the station, it reserves a path, which can cause some really long delays sometimes. depending on how your lines are set up. That's the only irritating thing. I wish if you set up path signals, like you could interact with the path signal and say, like, each path signal would have like a location, and you could go this path signal to this path signal to this path signal, and then each section would be reserved. So then you could define which rail the trains take at each time. 18 inches of snow. That's awful. That would be really nice if you could do that. Manually define what tracks the trains take. Because then you could put a crossover here and then a crossover, and you could say, if the train's coming this way, you cross over to that line and then that line. That way you could have them pass each other if it's set up correctly. Alright. That's fixed. I want to play Transport Fever. Well, yeah. Because of transport times. That's why you just got to overproduce. I mean, trains can deliver quite a lot, you know? 32 slots at a time. Some of my trains deliver quite a few items, like around 300 per minute. But because of the rotary bop, in order to make a direct right-hand turn, I think they have to loop around and go back. Because the turn is too tight otherwise. But that also makes it fun. You know? It's a jug handle, yeah. Pretty much. That's how tornadoes are born. I don't think... Yeah, because if I just connect it through, that causes issues. So it ends up, instead of going that way, it goes over. Or no, it goes this way and then around. I guess I could, if I did this. Yeah, that's too tight, though. That won't work. And that's too much, yeah. So, it'll just stay swirly. New Jersey garbage all over again? Jug handles reduce traffic fatalities on our highways, so that's just facts. Of a Michigan left, if you're on a highway in New Jersey, you can almost never make a left-hand turn. You have to exit to the right. New Jersey and Michigan, stupid ways to make a left-hand turn. Listen, you want to cross Route 1 by making a left-hand turn, Bob? That's how you die. You go past the turn? Yeah, that's a jug handle, Scuzzy. Build a left turn lane and properly light it. Do that sometimes, but a jug handle's better. It's better for traffic flow. And it's safer. Just saying. I can't really do another rotary here because that line's in the way. And I don't want to interact with that line at all. So we'll leave this. This station needs to go away. So let me offload these materials. Oh. Plastic was empty. Never mind. The double diverging diamond. Rubber needs to go away. Some roads are 50 with businesses and everything along the side, so people pull out constantly, yeah. That's a huge problem. Like, we still have big segments of areas where there's a turn lane in the middle. Like, where both sides go into the middle lane to make a left-hand turn. And that's... I don't understand why you would do that. It's awful. That one's empty. That one's not. So we need to empty this guy too. Okay. We're not delivering any more quick wire here. We're unloading all of that stuff. So then I can started doing roundabouts on top of big roads. Roundabouts are very functional. Like they have, we should really do more roundabouts in the US. There's New Jersey's implementing them more, but we're also doing like bypasses of them too, which is just, so then you put a roundabout in and then a highway over the top of it. So then you can't see if anybody's coming. When you go down into the roundabout, you can't see if anybody's coming because the pillars for the highway above it block your line of sight. It's, yeah. People are confused. Well, here's the thing. In my town, there's a series of 3. If you go down one particular route, you hit 3 consecutive roundabouts. And each one has a different traffic pattern. Each one has a different way that you have to yield. The first one, the highway has the right of way across its entire path and everybody else has to yield. The second one, everyone has to yield to the people on the roundabout. And the third one, the roundabout has to yield to the people not on the roundabout. It's very clear, very easy. Definitely doesn't cause any problems. Is that empty? Okay. That's criminally stupid. Yeah. Okay, so let me... Where's that main train? The main train's making its way back. Timetable. Main train. Edit. Remove Texas. Save. So that's going to go to the main station, and then it should just stay there. I think. Probably. So then I'm going to break this. And bad things are going to happen. Why did I put labels on those? I don't remember doing that. Roundabouts work significantly better for traffic flow. Mythbusters did an episode on 4-way intersections versus roundabouts. So then I don't need this line anymore. Because we're only going this away. No, Mythbusters have been done for quite a long time. Fantastic show. That's before TV was ruined. That's when educational channels still did educational content and not just reruns of Ancient Aliens. I forgot I had plastic and rubber over here. I gotta get rid of those. Maybe I'll just throw a sink down and empty it out. Yeah, why not? Let's put you there. Merger. Away we go. Alright, get rid of those. How many tickets do I have? 52 built up. That's a couple. That is a couple. I guess I'll keep... Nah, maybe I'll throw the empty canisters in the cloud in case I need them. Guess... What are the coupons for? The Awesome Shop. You can buy stuff like customization options, different windows. There's lots of stuff. Clean pipes. Lots of really good stuff. Concrete foundations is the most important one. To me, that is by far the most important one. Why is that turn sign there? You should not be there. Thank you. What do you mean it's too short? Are you done emptying yet? Okay, you are. Let's throw another sink down. Get rid of this stuff. Xeno. Let me tell you about this new roundabout they put in. Alright. Alright, so then I need a block signal up here. Much tighter to this. Okay. So once this is empty, we'll get rid of that. Did my trains all stop running? There should still be a quick wire train coming here. Is that still coming? The main train should be in the station, right? Yeah, okay. Just want to make sure the quick wire train is still running. Because we need the quick wire for that stuff. roundabout meeting. Just the table's on a... You're on a turntable when you're in the meeting, and you just slowly spin, facing each person. Which one's this? Oh. Yeah. That's like the one that kills me. That one's bad, but the one that kills me because of volume is the rotary on the Cape side of the Bourne Bridge. Oh my god. Why is there a 90-minute delay to get over the bridge? Oh, because you go over a bridge directly into a rotary where the bridge has to yield to the rotary. Like, what are you going to do? Go over to the Sagamore? No, you're not. No, you're not. Because the canal road is going to be jammed. What are you going to do? Go get lunch in Wareham? Like, come on. Hate that place. I hate that bridge. It is a menace. It is a pox. Can I fit all of it? No. Close. We tried living in a place with less people. I mean, I don't live there but anymore, but I like vacation up there and stuff. Okay. You go away. You go away. You go away. Bum, ba, bum. Oh, I should move that over. And then I can have a straight line to here. Hate that these are on slightly different levels, but nothing I can really do about that at the moment. Big boy, you gotta move. You don't gotta go home, but you can't be right there. Sir. 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 Thank you. So then here. New England in the fall is so pretty. Okay, Jan. Ooh, what? Wait, what? That is not too sharp. It is not too sharp. there. So then the block signal flips over to here. Those can stay. We break you. Well, that's going to have to move. How are you not emptied yet? Okay. Do, 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 do. That doesn't need to be there anymore. That can go away. That can go away. I don't need a block signal there anymore. Because we only have one train coming this way. There's 2 towns in Rhode Island? How? Do 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 do. Doot. Doot. Guess Bishop can't. Okay. Then we're gonna do one more like here-ish. All right. Don't trust the bridges? What do you mean? The 195 bridge is in perfect condition. The state inspectors said so for decades. Right up until somebody audited them and went, wait a minute. This is about to collapse. Totally normal Rhode Island business. All the trains are running. I really thought things were going to break worse than they have. So I'll take it. they're working. And we got stuff cleaned up. Like, that's way better. This is now better. I am pleased. I can move this path signal much closer. Okay. Okay. If only they used Flex Seal, right? So let me make a new train. Oh, we could turn on our powder train. Yeah. Oh, that I gotta do signals on the backside over here, though, I think. I don't think I have signals over there. You have to drive over that in a couple hours? It's always a good time. That bridge is always a good time. Oh, I could turn this train on too. Yeah. Let's get trains delivering stuff. Places. Rubber and plastic. So R5 is taken. So let's do R4 for this one. So train. Freight car for... Oh, wait. Can I combo this? Hang on. Let me go look at my copper powder train. Did I do 2 cars of copper powder? Or just 1? I think I only did 1. Which means I might have to change... Yeah, I might have to change that station, which would be really annoying if I did. Although... maybe not. I could change that station instead. Let me look. That bridge to me is like, thank God I'm almost done with Rhode Island. That's what that bridge is for me. It's the last suffrage. It is a single. Well, when I'm going, I mean, you're almost always almost done with Rhode Island, to be fair, when you're driving through. But going to Cape, that's one of the markers. I don't have room to buffer this at all. So, and I don't think I want to, because I need a lot of copper powder, man. So, copper powder will go R4. Yeah. So we'll go R4 and then powder. Let's see how this goes. Because I built this a while ago and it hasn't done anything yet. We're going on the inside, huh? Alright. Does that mean we're going the other way? Every once in a while, you drive over the bridge that fell into the Mississippi and you think about it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's like driving over the section of 95 that burned down in Philly. Think about that a lot, too. You don't really notice it, though. Even, like... I think I went over it, like... 2 months after it happened. And it wasn't even... They didn't even have a new bridge. They just filled it in. I was like... It's like 10 minutes after. I was like, oh, yeah, I drove over that spot. Well... Yeah, I don't have any signals on this rotary. I need to fix that. Because that will be a collision. Absolutely be a collision. Oh, I'm going to need signals coming out of all of those, too. Block signal, block signal. Block signal, block signal. Alright. It hit the powder station, but I don't have it set to unload, so let me change that. This is going to be copper powder unload. Okay. Okay. Just started to play Satisfactory. World is crazy. I mean, to be fair, I've played this quite a bit, Trey, so don't feel bad. I'm going to need a path signal here and then blocks in front of each station. Oh, I don't have paths and blocks on this one either. Oh boy. Oh boy, I should have done this way before I plugged the second train into this. Path and path. I waste a lot of time. No. Time spent on trains is not time wasted. I'll have you know. Block, block, block. I'm out of computers. Well, that's fun. Let me go get some computers. Because I need computers for signals. The information is in the computer. Yeah. You believe the wildest comments on YouTube videos? Just in general? I mean, yeah. Do they think that the whole internet is listening to them? Yes. The problem is, by and large, they kind of are. Weak knees, what's going on? I'm going to steal from that. Because you'll fill back up. And that's shorter. 90 minutes later. Well, fixing the one connection caused some cascading issues across the rest of the system and made me realize that I might have some missing pieces to said system, is all. Then I gotta clean all this up. Got stuff to do. This world, we're like 200 hours into this one or something, and I've played a fair bit of Satisfactory since it came out in early access. So I'm not redoing trains. I'm cleaning up the tracks to make it easier on future me, is all. That's all I'm doing. Yeah, I guess they'll be buffered there. So then it's just the outbound I have to worry about. I think. Not redoing, I'm switching things around to make them more efficient, yeah. That's all. Exactly, Doc. Exactly. All right, copper powder delivered. So then I think what I'm... no. So this is R4. So then I'm going to get that plastic and rubber delivered to R3. I'm going to ride the copper train back over there, and we'll make another train. Like an hour and a half ago, Nerden. I do need to take another break in a minute. I just want to make sure this is running and get back over there. So we can deliver rubber and plastic. And then we got to set up circuit boards to be delivered. Circuit boards should be able to go to this one because circuit boards are set on the second train. It's almost always current me is a bully to future me. Yeah. Past me is a dick. Past me is the worst person I know. By a lot. Alright. So then, my Plasber station. We need a train. And some freight cars. So then you are going to go from, what did I say, R3 to Plasber on. Go. And this is the Plasber train. And I didn't put path or block signals on there, so I will need to because the other train, the copper powder train, is going to hit those tracks. Okay. So that'll be set to unload. I'm going to have to redo the vertical belts because they're dumb and broke. So then I should be able to get circuit boards delivered to R4. Oh, you're going this way. Does that mean the other train's coming? It does. Oh, they're actually going to use the correct tracks? Or are they going to... Hey, look at that. I mean, this guy's going to have to go and take the rotary and come back, but... it actually worked. Like 2 ships passing in the night. I love it when a plan comes together. Okay, path, signal here. Boom. Boom. Block signal. There. 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 Good. Good. Alright, that should load. Let's go make a circuit board train. So the circuit board train is going to have an empty freight car, right? Because the circuit boards are the second one. Is that my quick wire train coming in? It is. New. Which also means I will have to change this. I could just double block instead of doing a path. That should work. And just prevent them from using the same block all at once. So when that train's in the station, it'll stop. It'll queue up there. That should be how it works. Should be how it works. Anyway. 1 and 2. Okay. That's set to load. This is set to unload. So you are going to be... This is... circuit board train. So you're going to go from... What is the name of this station? Quickie off? That's not great. So... What did I say? R4, right? That's where I had the copper powder going. R4 to quickie off. Go. I'm gonna have to change the intersection up here. Well, no, I guess I don't have to. It'll go the long way then. I could make that a two-way intersection, I guess. But if I do it this way, I don't need to worry about path signals on it. Quiche off. I could go for a quiche. I should have had breakfast. Now we're going to start talking about food. And I'm going to be so hungry. And that's annoying. I got busy this morning. What do you want from me? The only real snack that we have that I would like is a cookie, and I don't really need to have a cookie right now. I mean, I would love to have a cookie right now, but I don't really need to be having a cookie right now, you know? Why are you stopping? This is an interesting development. Oh. Interesting. Okay. I should really reconfigure all these stations to unload, because I keep panic changing them over. I could make this a whole block. My worry is exiting. So if I just make a block here that goes to here. Come on. What do you mean you're not working? That should isolate that block. Now you're working. Okay. Yeah, so then this whole thing is an isolated block. So if there's a train in this section, no one will enter this section. That should prevent collisions on the backside. Okay. You want me to do better? Listen, Paint. Come on. If wishes were fishes, you know? Like, come on. Let's stick to the realm of reality, shall we? All right, so we have our first rubber and plastic delivery. We've got to connect those up. So there's our copper powder. So we've got our aluminum, we've got our copper powder, we've got plastic and rubber. That all comes in. That's all going there. And then my vertical belts are so we gotta redo them. Alright, so those, I should just redo all of them, but I'll do them piecemeal, I guess. You... Oops. That one. You Do-do-do-do-do. Okay. So you are going up. Just like I originally said it. I do wonder if those end up resetting when I load the save file, I'm going to be quite upset. That will completely neutralize the entire concept behind this factory, and I am not into that happening. I tell you what. Okay, so let's plug you in. That's when we suddenly change games. Yep. Oh, and circuit boards. Back to start. I was kind of expecting Mr. the Ape to be teasing more 1.7 stuff, but he's kind of gone radio silent. Which makes me worried that it might not be as close as I thought it was going to be. Nah. 100%'s never gonna happen. Look at that. Alright, let me make sure I put all those splitters back on. I think, yeah, I missed these. Those are there, so I just need these. Okay. Yeah, look at that. Once these are all full, that's going to be so cool. You know? I haven't even started connecting to the left side yet. That's going to be so neat when it's done, though. And then something that I can do to create a buffer. Actually, let me... This train bug has been around, I think, since the game came out, and it's wild. Oh boy. I am gonna have to make another block. Okay. So let's put you here. And then we'll have a block in the front. Then hopefully yeah, that'll allow more simultaneous training. Alright, so we'll move this block signal up here. Get rid of this one. Boom. Same thing on this side. Okay. I could change these to paths. Actually. Paths, instead of just doing solid blocks, actually is quite cleaner. So then we put a block tight here. And then change you to a path. So same thing here. So block tight here. Change you to a path. I'm going to have so many trains running here that if I leave these as solid blocks, I'll just get so much stuff backed up. The path signals do allow a little more flow. Whereas block signals are just purely block. Okay. That should be that. I don't need these power lines anymore. Those were construction lines. Roll out. Grab a piece of your gutter and reattach it to the side of your house because the dog. So then you'll roll while they're still rolling. Yeah. with a block signal, it has to wait for that train to completely clear the block that it's in. Whereas with path signals, it lets them, like, once it's out of the way, it lets it go. Because this is going to be... These tracks are going to be busy. Once we really get going, these tracks are going to be busy. Like, busy. Crazy busy. Like, I may end up having to double up this line. Alright, so now we're heading back for circuit boards, right? This intersection's crazy busy too. Like, we're gonna have... it's gonna be... it's gonna get crazy. There's tons and tons of trains going everywhere. It's gonna be great. Absolutely great. Nothing could possibly go wrong at any point with any of this. It'll be totally fine. Okay. So now we're offloading circuit boards. So then these power gens should be running pretty clean now. Yeah, we're back up to 100% and we're full on fuel. Beautiful. So we've got 11,000 megawatts in overhead, which should be good. And we can still expand our nitro rocket fuel, which we should probably do next before we start getting crazy with more production. Because one of the next steps is kicking on particle accelerators, and those use some power. Is this done emptying? Those can eat up some power. These... that one's done. Those are not done yet. Okay. Alright. Let me take a really quick break. So now's a great time to grab a drink, grab a snack, get up and move around if you can. Don't forget to take your meds if you haven't. I'll be right back. Come on, come on, come on. I don't like this game anymore. This game is dumb. This guy's deck is ridiculous. Let's see. Oh god. Oh no. Nope. That's gone. That's gone poorly. Ignis, thank you so much for the follow. Whoops. My windshield's cracked. That's a thing. No idea what I'm doing or where I'm going. Twiggy's trying to learn to drive. This is exactly how it's done, Twiggy. Take notes. Be ready. Yes. Deer! Probably don't do that. Just a tip. Also, this is a cliff. Car's not working anymore. Look at, is that stained glass? Oh, that's stunning. Okay. Focus. Bridges. A ferry? Why? Why is there a ferry? Okay. I'm getting distracted. LED signs for pizza? Alright. What am I doing? What was I doing? Does anyone know what I was planning on doing? Oh, rope. Rope. Right. I'm good. I'm back. I'm back. Can you give me some tips to not flip? No, go. I'm taking a break. Grab a drink, grab a snack. Get up and move around if you can. Don't forget to take your meds if you haven't. I'll be right back. Alright. Sell some fish. Oh no! Yep, that's gone. All right, well, we'll find out how much the legendary fish sells for. There we go. Come here. Come here, baby. It's a little baby. All right. So, we need to get computers being made again. Which means I think we're gonna do regular computers. Or maybe we should do quick-wire computers.
Just floating around tugboating people.
More. Thank you for 47 months. That is almost 4 friggin' years, yeah. It's a long time. We could also do circuit boards and crystal oscillators. We're using crystal oscillators for radio control units, though. So I don't think I want to do that one. Although... no, I don't want to do that one. So either default computers or quick-wire computers. Yeah, I have circuit boards going, and then I have lots of quick-wire. And I have rubber going. So then I just got to get quick-wire over to there. Which I think my quick-wire is currently being delivered there, but I could add another train. That's the coal train. What are you? Quick-wire train. Yeah. So you're going to quickie off. I could add another quick-wire train, I think. So you're going to make circuit boards. My other quick-wire one, I think, is going to my main station. And I don't remember what else quick-wire was being used for there. I know it was being used for computers. Oh, I messed up the signals for the quick-wire station. Ew. I'm gonna have to fix that. Well, I also already have rubber, so the only thing I'd have to bring is quick-wire. Which I have to bring there anyway. So it's not like... it's really hurting me. So this station is basically done. This train doesn't need to exist anymore. The problem is... Wait, can I... Turn off, cancel docking. These are pretty full. I have computers going into storage and being used for other things at the moment. What's that quick wire? A quick wire is there. That's being used for what? We got one going there. One going... Oh, AI limiters. Right? I think AI limiters. So we could... Let's get computers offloading here. That is a Mark V lift. Why did I have a Mark V lift going to a Mark III belt? Going to a Mark V lift. Going to a Mark III lift. Yeah, that's the problem. There we go. That'll speed her up. Da, 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 da. So we get that empty. Circuit boards has to empty. Where's circuit boards? Circuit boards we were using for something as well. Let's put another guy there. Get those unloaded. And you go. Plastic is done. Rubber needs to also go. Let's just do this. You can go there. Zoop. Alright, so those are all emptying out. This one is empty already. Plastic is empty already. So once these are empty... Oh, I'm gonna have to empty these freight cars too. Ugh. We'll be able to start sending stuff over. So like motors, rotors, stators. That's probably what I'll do. And then one more. What do I have here? Motors for sure. That stuff I don't need. Steel beams, frames, probably. So what is that quick wire going to? That quick wire is going to high-speed connectors. Ooh, okay. That's going to change because I'm not getting any more. Well, I have a ton of circuit boards here, so I don't have to worry about that right now, but that is going to change. Heavy modular frames will change. So then the other quick wire is definitely going to AI limiters, I think. La, la, la. That was there. Am I using AI limiters in crystal oscillators? No. What was I using AI limiters for? Supercomputers? Yeah. I'm full up on supercomputers. Kind of crazy. Alright, so moral of the story is Quickwire needs to stay here still for a little bit. So I might have to add another Quickwire train. Maybe I'll put that on this side. Because we'll keep bringing Quickwire in here. Why are you stopped? What are you? You're steel beams. Are you just finishing up docking? Yeah, okay. Alright, so this Quickwire will stay. So we'll add another Quickwire train. Oh god, there's a rubber train too. Alright, I'll come back to that. Focus. I need to focus. I was working on Quickwire. I also need to change. I gotta make the... Yeah, Huberto, I just had to break them down and rebuild them, and then they started working. I've had more trouble with the conveyor lifts lately than... It's ridiculous. Because, like, I was doing so many, I was very meticulous to make sure I was doing them in the right direction, and I verified they're in the right direction, but they just don't work. I don't know why. Are we making enough? No, we are not. So if I load off of the second one, that should be fine. Right? Go faster. Then oh, that's already a 5. Everybody go faster. Oops. I could paint the floor gold, I guess. The rest of the factory's gold, so, you know. Wouldn't be too gaudy. Probably. Maybe. Yeah, so this is... What train are you? You're quickie off. So you're going to my circuit boards. My circuit boards are taking how much? Each one needs 35. Aren't those overclocked? Wait, I have a notebook. It's overclocked to 160%. So I'm using 600 quick wire per minute on circuit boards. I don't think I'm making enough quick wire. You're making 60? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm only making 600. And then you're delivering to main. And that's not using anywhere near as much. So I need to expand this. So each of these is doing... So we're doing 120. Into 10 into 120. Yeah. Okay. Is 4 computers a minute enough? Unlikely. That's 2.5, and that's 7.5. Okay. I'll need another couple hundred quick wire per minute. So right now that's taking in 90, 180, 360. What are you putting out? You could... I think there's another Caterium node nearby. You're putting out 360. I could crank that up. I could add some more capacity, and I think I'm going to have to. I think I'm very much going to have to. So then it'll need 20. Well, actually, what is this at 150? Makes 90 per minute, and it needs 18. Okay, so if I make 180... That's 120. I need 180. No, that won't be enough. That'd be 45 per minute is what I need, but I can't do that off of a single. Alright. So, if I had one more smelter... maybe 2 more smelters. That's an extra 30 per minute. If I underclock this to a target rate of 12, I only need 36.72 more ore per minute. And that'll let me get 2 more constructors for another 120 per minute, which should be okay. I will have to put the other smelter on this end because I don't have any room down here for constructors, but I do upstairs. Oh, I actually manifolded it correctly. I never do that. Well, I'm changing that immediately. You go there. You go there. So then I can add 2 more constructors. Actually, let me just build 5. Put a merger there. This is not what I thought I was going to be doing right now. So, wonder if I should crank. So if I overclock these, add 10 more up there. So oh, because I don't have any power shards in my inventory. I was wondering why that wasn't working. There we go. Or 5 more, not 10. Right? Yeah. So 24, 48, 60. That'll cover that. These 2 will put out 60. Okay. So then we need a merger here. A merger here. So then I need to up the rate of extraction by 180. Ooh, hopefully I can. Hopefully I can. Wait, what did I need? 4. Let me just do that. We'll crank it to 600. When in doubt, make way more than you need. Okay. So that's cranked to 600. Yeah, those are going. So then we got to plug all these in. Snapped right up. She's good at that. Making other dogs very angry. It really is a incredible talent that she has. So then, we can put you there. And there. Okay. Do 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 do. Power. 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 Go. Okay. Wow. I'm not going to say that I'm getting better at this game, but I will say I built this building around the concept of maybe having to expand Quickwire, and it worked out. So I'm happy about that. I'm pretty pleased that that worked. Built this city on rock and roll. Yeah. We're gonna double barrel load both of them. This one has more capacity. Okay, so we want a second train. So we're going to do empty car, then quick wire. It'll load. No, it'll load. Why can't you do a... There needs to be a blank car. Because now I have to put a freight car and then I have to fill it with something random in order to prevent it from loading up that quick wire, which is really annoying. Like, that's what I had to do here. This is just loaded with, yeah, steel beams. Like... Otherwise, it would load up that quick wire as well. Wait, which one is this? What is your schedule? You go to Maine. Why don't we just add... I think I'm gonna go L. Let me see when we drive over there. Send the quick wire. Maybe to like R1. We're going to be making a lot more, so hopefully it'll start building up more. Let me take a look at what do we got. What do we got up here? You're super full, and then we've got this. And I've got this buffer. Are these empty yet? No, that's full? How many freaking circuit boards did I have? Good Lord. What are you? Rubber? You're also full. Are you kidding me? Oh, because that train hasn't unloaded. Dock. I'll have to add another container for rubber. I may end up just throwing this into a sink, which is what I did before. Because good Lord. Let me get some of this out of my inventory. Those are full. Is that full? That's full. And those are full. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. No doubt. No doubt. Is the second computer one full too? Brother, what? Mm-hmm. And then circuit boards. Good God. All right. So what I was curious about is if I can convert the quick wire train that comes here and unloads here. It almost never needs to unload much. So I wonder if I could also have it unload if I could have it load an additional thing of quick wire. Because then it's going to get mixed. Really annoying that you can't have like a blank freight train car. Because then you get like, it'll start loading up with mixed stuff. Which makes it very annoying. I wonder if I should make a second quick wire station then. I don't think that'll make a difference though. The first car is just using a lot of quick wire is all. With circuit boards, if I break that off to bring somewhere else, it's going to be a problem. What's our transfer rate? 986 per minute. That's a lot of quick wire. It's putting out 986 per minute. But it's using all of it, though. Circuit boards is using all of it. So if I put another train emptying this out, it's going to be a problem. There just won't be enough. The transfer rate on the belt is just too slow to fill it up. I could make this train also go get steel beams. which should be the first one. And then it could deliver quick wire and steel beams to the new factory. So then... maybe R... sorry. Daughter's volleyball just got canceled for this weekend. And I don't know why. So if I put steel beams in between Cat and Bane 2, and then we go to R2. I wish I could show it. It has her name on it. But she got the text message too that it got canceled, and I just have a message from her that says, "I'ma throw hands." Yes. So then it'll go to steel beams. Her volleyball got canceled for this weekend. Oh, you can't get to steel beams from here. It's fine. It'll loop all the way around, and then I think it'll be good. And then we're going to where? R2. So R2 will be steel beams quick wire. Okay. And let me guess, you want to take the main line, in which you can't. Alright, so let me delete the main train. Because this one's going to be changed. So we'll get rid of this guy for now. And then you should start moving. No? No. Are you waiting for that? Or did I mess you up by... Oh. Are you waiting for the steel beams guy to go by? What are you waiting for? Let's do this. We'll roll you into here. And then go. Mm-hmm. Why are you waiting? What else is coming? Do you have to wait for the crystal train to get out of the way? I don't know how yeah, I guess. It was waiting for the crystal train to clear the backside of that station. Interesting. Interesting. I gotta Alright, I want to make sure this train works, and then I gotta go. And then I gotta ski-daddle. This might not be a great idea. This might be too many trips to different positions. What train was that? Is that? Oh, that's the steel beam train. Okay. And that's delivering steel beams here? Yeah. Okay. And then this guy's gonna shoot over to my steel beam factory. Yeah, I'm making sure this train's working the way I want, Nerdin, and then I'm heading out. Alright, so you load up beams. And you load up any beams? Or you're already full? I think you're already full. Because this is a complicated train line. This is it's a little too... It's probably a little too much, but... Let's see. And hopefully adding a third train to this segment doesn't cause too many delays. Hopefully. Maybe. So then you're stopping here. Okay. And then you're going from here to the big one. And then back to Caterium, and then back to steel beams, and then to here, then the big one. Then yeah, sure. Did I do Caterium, the big one, steel beams here? Maybe. I don't think I set up R2 for other things. And hopefully it won't... It might try to unload steel beams there. But maybe I should change it. No, it should be fine. Maybe. Possibly. I got a lot of trains going, man. It's getting confusing. I'm already confused, and I'm only using, like, not even half of one side of these stations. Okay, 2. I was going to say, I think I already put something in 3. Yeah. Alright, so unload, unload. Ethereum and steel beams. But that's going to load... I can't do that. It needs to do steel beams. No. Hold up. Stop. Break. So it has to go from there to steel beams to cat to main 2. To R2. And then steel beams. And then it'll go through. Yes, so then it'll have steel beams when it goes to get Caterium, so that it won't take the other Caterium. Right? Right? Kappa, what's going on? Right? Sure. Sure, chat. So next we're going back to steel beams. So I just need to see... We need to see it pick up steel beams. And then it needs to go to the Caterium station. And then hopefully at the Caterium station it doesn't pick up... It might. I might end up with mixed cargo, and that's going to be really annoying. If it already has something in it, it shouldn't load something else in it? Right? Yeah, I can put a smart splitter on the outbound at the other if I need to. I don't really want to. At least they'll be next to each other, so it'll be easier to like split it out and remerge them. I just wish you could put a blank freight train in and have it stay blank. Like, just have it be do not load. Dun, 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 dun. The crystal train coming too? The crystal train is waiting. It's probably waiting for the steel train to leave this station. I gotta redo the signals on this line. If I'm gonna have a third train here, this... way too long. Yeah, so now I'm gonna have to wait for the crystal train to come. Ooh, this is not a great... Take care, Nerdin. Have a great weekend. Yeah, so there goes the crystal train. And now we can go. Yeah. Gonna say I could double up the rail line going this way. But it's just this one section. Oh boy. Yeah. Come on, train. Got things to do. So then it goes from here to the Caterium station. Okay. So then with a full load of steel beams, it hopefully won't mix load. But then once we get to the main one, I'll throw a smart splitter on, what is this? R2 station 1, just in case it does. Just in case. Oh boy. Yeah, that's full. So let me take one stack out of here. I'm curious what it'll do. It'll mix it up. Yeah. It'll mix it up. Alright, so let me take that out of there. And then... What? You were just there. Why is it going back to the same station? Alright, so R2. Let me go do this so I can fix it, and then we'll be fine. I borked it, and maybe. I mean, I kept shuffling around the order it was doing stuff, so definitely a possibility that it's just broken. And it's just going to keep looping to the same station over and over again. You never know. That could happen. Smart splitter on R2. Is this guy? Station 1. Yeah, it'll be alright. Smart splitter on you. Gonna be ugly. Unfortunately. Left output. Quick wire. Center output. Steel beams. Okay. Merger. It does not turn too sharply, you mother. Alright. So, if quick wire ends up on that one and feeds in, it'll immediately kick over to the quick wire line. Right? Right. Easy peasy. Can I get this to line up, though? Yeah. Boom. Boom. Much better. Okay. That's fixed once it causes problems, which it will. So, where did that train end up? Was it just here? I think it was. All right. Yeah, it's right there. Are you mixed again or no? Okay. All right, let me make a save. I gotta go. I got to go. I mean, we made some progress today. We got some of the face done on the back here. Got elevators put in. And we got a couple trains running. We didn't get anything starting to be produced. We're going to make computers here first. So that'll happen. I'm going to have to fix all of the vertical belts. But hey, let's make a save. That's where we'll call it for today. So I'll be back on Monday, y'all. Monday, we'll most likely just keep going with Satisfactory. Start getting some actual production going in the new factory. Get some more trains sent over there. We have the big station at our old main factory that will start sending stuff over the other way, like motors and rotors, cable and copper wire, maybe. Motors, rotors, cable, copper wire. It's probably a good bet. Anyway, so have a fan-freaking-tastic rest of your Friday, everybody. Have an even better weekend. I will see you bright and early Monday morning for more Satisfactory. So, until then, as always, as ever, remember, be good to each other. Bye, everybody.